release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row. Try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow. Way down below, oh, it's a lot of woe. And that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Hey, you guys, how are you? Good morning. It's Monday. The shenanigans are scheduled to begin shortly. Let's see what we have going on today's testimony and what will Judge Bev pull today. Who knows? But we'll find out. Um, so when they ended the day Friday, there was a voir dire, and it's regarding those text messages that the defense wants to come in, but the state's like, nope, it's hearsay on hearsay on hearsay on hearsay, according to Hank Brennan. But there was a voir dire Friday at the end with Michael Proctor's friend. Now, I didn't have an opportunity to watch the voir dire in its entirety, so we'll just cover that during lunch and see what happened, if anything. Or Judge Bev, what I suspect, I don't know, sometimes Judge Bev does a voir dire at the end of the day on at the end of the court day, but then doesn't give her ruling until like the next morning, which would be this morning. So I guess we'll see what Judge Bev decides, if anything, unless she decided it at the end of the day the other Friday. So let me say good morning to you guys. Let's see. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Good morning, Chicken Lady. Good morning, Meat and Noodle. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Kelly Renee. It's good to see you. Let's see. Who Who else we got here? Good morning, Tess. Good morning. Good to see you. Good morning, Seven Lilies. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. And everybody else that's joining us. If you missed it, Sunday night or early evening on Alex Erickson's channel, we went over the stuff that's come out in the Dateline episode and, just a lot of other things respective to the Idaho 4. Tess Mack was on panel with us. It was a charity stream. So please go and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. Good morning, Violet. I know. Can you believe it, you guys? It's June already. Now, good morning, Sarah Bellum. It's good to see you. Oh, no. AC, that's always expensive. I did happen to see that Court TV has a live scheduled for 11:30 Central, okay? And it is titled, it's Lori Vallow Daybell. They didn't put Esquire, but the trial of Brandon Boudreaux, or the trial for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. And so I was under the impression, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that jury selection didn't happen on Friday because Lori was not there. I guess she wasn't feeling well or something. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at it. Good morning, Melissa. It's good to see you, babe. Welcome in. So I don't know. Look, you guys all know because we've been talking about it so much, little Chicky Nuggy Pup Pie Esquire's lung biopsy is tomorrow. And that's really what has been on my mind. And so it's really scattered. So just bear with me. The thing of it is, it's not like I don't know these things. I do know them. Hold on. Give me just a sec. Sorry about that. I do know, but for whatever reason, I don't know. My brain just doesn't want to cooperate today. Also, I am going to add a little something new for the members. Give me just one sec here. But yeah, I thought that I had seen something on Nate's live about, hold on, it's not what I want. I think it's this. No, I never can remember. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Let me add this really quick. Oh, no. I need 9 more members to get this other emoji. Give me just a second. I will... Let me delete this one. Hold on. All right. Now I can add another one. All right. All right, give me a second. All right. All right, so I added the little emoji thing that Neat made for me for Chicky Nuggy Pup Pie Esquire. So if you're a member on the channel, that's the new emoji. So I just wanted to add that really quickly. Let's see. Melissa says Nate was saying something like Judge wants openings today at 3 p.m., but I wonder if Lori will actually show or if she will be in quarantine. Why are they saying that she's got the vid? I'm curious about that. We'll see. Hey, Henry Swanson, good to see you. Good morning. Thank you, Tess. I appreciate that. I really do. I do. I appreciate all of you guys' prayers and all of you guys' good juju and good thoughts. Me and little Chicky Nuggy Pup Pie Esquire and the whole family, we just all really, really appreciate that so much. Let me put this over here so I can see what's going on. Give me just a second. All right. Oh, look how cute it is. Chicken Lady, I love it. All right. So let's get over here to the OnlyFan. I don't want us to miss the OnlyFan. If we don't get to see the OnlyFan, it'll be a sad day. All right, it's 9:06. If they're late, what's happening? I don't appreciate this. Let's be on time, please. Be prompt. Hold on. Okay. So I'm curious who we have up today, and how cross-examination will go, because it seems to me like Mr. Brennan is rather aggressive during cross-examination, or he tries to, okay, he doesn't try to be aggressive, like he is aggressive, but it doesn't come across, it's not as effective on cross as I think he would like it to be. It actually comes across like petty and passive aggressive. It's not a good look. You need to stop that. I mean, no, don't stop it. Just keep doing it, Brennan. Like I don't understand. I don't understand some of the logic here with Brennan. I don't understand what he's thinking at all. All right, they're in court. Let's see what's going on.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, can I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan?
Okay, sure.
With regard to the lawsuits that
Mr. Alessi wants to see her. She's already signed.
we're not
We're off to a fantastic start.
going to see, but
You don't want to agree to vote.
What's happening? So Tess says,
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Tianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to...
Can I turn this fan off?
Yes, can we turn...
holy guacamole, they're coming in.
Thank you.
Which,
So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those redactions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Giannetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
I mean, these came in last trial. I don't see why, and she let him in then. I don't see why she wouldn't let him in this time. I guess the only thing that I can think of that was actually in question was how they come in, right? It's different from last trial because last trial, these came in through Michael Proctor. And this time, they're coming in through Michael Proctor's friends. So that's where I was like, where I thought Judge Bev, and I was wrong. Look, hey, sometimes Judge Bev can surprise me. Good for you, Judge Bev. That's where I thought the issue was going to be for her, that she may not let him in because of how they were trying to get them in. So good morning, Destination. Thank you for being here. Oh, Violet, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It was incredibly generous of you, and I will get her a little treat. I'm always getting her little treats. This Friday, remember I told you we were going to run errands? Well, the errands that we ran happened to take us to the grocery store, wherein my little chickie, Negi Putpai Esquire, wanted fruit snacks, and she wanted the Minecraft fruit snacks. So what kind of granny would I be if I didn't buy that little baby her fruit snacks? So she has those. And she was so happy. She was she was so cute, carrying them around the store and talking about them. Oh, she was just so stinking cute. Oh, she just makes my heart so happy. Good morning, Julie. Good to see you. And Kayleen. Good to see you, buddy. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope you had a great weekend, MK Lynn. I really, really do. She does have great taste. I just adore her. She just makes me laugh so much. We, on Saturday, I did this with Mini Bendy. At around this age, I used to do Mini Bendy's nails. And like for Halloween, I would paint them white and then make little ghosts. On her hands and I would do her hands and her little toes. Last week or 2 weeks, Chicky Nuggy Pup Pie Esquire had ladybugs on her fingers and her toes. And this week we decided to do something a little
Hear ye, hear ye, hear
different.
ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk.
Norfolk. So we gave her like rainbow French tips on her little handses, and then on her toes we just painted the same color we used on the tips on her little toes. She looks adorable, of course. All right.
Everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan D. Amandus.
Okay, so the first witness today is this is Michael. This is former trooper Michael Proctor's friend.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Thank you. Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number?
Yes, or a nickname.
And actually, Even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see
Yeah,
3 there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Yes,
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
yes,
And 1 local user.
correct,
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear,
Chip, C-H-I-P,
yes,
and Bear, B-E-A-R?
correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Can I have Exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you, we didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am,
Are you still close with him?
I am,
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did,
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
yes,
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No,
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did,
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes,
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
May we approach, please?
Sure. Last question and answer.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
If you could turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes,
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat, it's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's mean
Recuse
by-
themselves,
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at, Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds. There's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them?
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3-8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m.? 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page?
Yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages?
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever
Why? Why are you still friends with him?
suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I mean, okay, he didn't put it in writing that he tampered with evidence, okay? But he did say that Karen was guilty and he already knew what happened to John O'Keefe before the autopsy was even done. So he doesn't need to say that he tampered with evidence. He already had a bias. He already knew the way that the investigation was going to go, and it was very, 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 very early on in the investigation.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
No, the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Too late, Brennan.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time the text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay.
We would ask Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
Okay.
Melissa, Brennan gets to have the last word because the opposing side always gets to have the last word. So it goes direct, cross, redirect, recross.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Direct was first thing this morning, Rachel. Or actually, yeah, Rachel, that's right.
Yes.
This morning. My
Good
bad.
morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living, presently?
I'm a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023.
Okay.
So
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, I
Do you have that
wonder,
date in mind?
excuse
Yes.
me,
Does that
Mr.
refresh your-
Jackson, I really wonder if the Department of Justice hadn't done a separate investigation into this investigation, if Trooper Proctor would still be employed.
Recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name?
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Okay. Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
Okay, so I am seeing in the side chat a lot of the comments, which I agree. Her tone does seem a little salty, a little hostile, and I was thinking this exact same thing. So, but Tess put it so much better than I probably would have. So I'm just going to read what Tess says. Tess says it can't be easy for her as a female officer in this area, especially regarding all of this. On top of that, she spoke to the feds. And they all know it now. I'd be nervous too. So, yes, I think that's what we're picking up. She's nervous.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port, for instance?
So, 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally Port?
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sally Port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense, I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally Port.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today, ma'am?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
Alan Jackson is direct, is doing the direct examination. Look, at the end of the day, this is a problem for her, okay? I don't remember what it is that she testified to in the first trial, okay? But she's in a difficult position here. And she might be a little salty because they subpoenaed her and she sat all day Friday and never was called to testify. And at the end of the day on Friday, the judge brought her in and told her she'd have to show up again on Monday. And I would imagine that that is, oh, she didn't test? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See, I forget sometimes, you know, it's been a long time and you guys know anyway, but, she's there for a reason. And I think that, I think she's in a difficult position. And I think that, I'm kind of curious what she's going to testify about because, being a dispatcher for the Canton Police Department, obviously she would get the 911 stuff, right? And she's the one that would be in charge of sending the various officers out, but she would also be able to hear their radio chatter. So I'm kind of curious. Yeah, Lisa, I think, yes, I think that they caught first trial. I do, but nobody made a big deal about it. So, will it stick with them through the remainder of the trial? Probably not. And I don't think it's a huge detail that they're going to remember because they've heard so much about prior proceedings. They obviously are somewhat aware that there's something going on way prior to 2025. So, right. And that's what I think it is too, Violet. Violet says, and I think she's having an internal battle to tell the truth or back the blue, right? It seems like if she talked to the feds, then wouldn't she have crossed the thin blue line? And that can be a problem for her, you know? Let's see. Put us back. Let's see how much longer this, not much longer. There we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Crocheting Bambi says, so she is just the dispatcher. Why don't they just ask her if she sent emergency vehicles, guns a-blazing, and be done with it? Because I don't think that's what it's about. She's not just a dispatcher. She's actually not a dispatcher. She's actually a uniformed, sworn officer of the Canton Police Department. The only reason why she was doing dispatch that day is so that the officers who were at Canton Police could go to the scene, and she took over dispatch. That wasn't her job, but she was interviewed by the feds. And the subject of that interview, I believe, is what the direct examination is going to be about. But Alan Jackson has to lay the foundation to get to that point. He's got to establish what her job was generally with the Canton Police Department, and then what her job on that day was before I think he can get to it.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
That clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Action.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did you?
prior
Let
to
me
the
ask you a
first
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke, along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little, on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel for the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Now, I understand that there are going to be people who see this as a win for the state, and that's fine. But my perception is this looks horrible for the Commonwealth, that this is not a loss for the defense, because she's changed her testimony on the stand. Okay? First she said no to a question. Then she answered, I don't know. That is changing testimony to the same question. That's a problem. That's a problem. And it does not look good. And she said agents. Yes, she did, Tess. Yes, she did. Exactly. Tess says she told the grand jury and fed something. Now she's saying it's a false memory. Wow. Exactly. Why would you tell the feds and the grand jury about Higgins and oh God, what is his name? The chief of police for the Canton Police Department. Why would you say that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time? That is a very, very specific adjective. You didn't say for a long time. You didn't pull a Meg Griffin and be like a while. None of that. You said a wildly long time. That means something specific. You know that it does. You knew it when you said it. I can see that. I agree, Tess. I agree. Yes, you guys, I do think she's okay. So Tess says she's terrified. They leaned on her, poor thing. This is a terrible situation for her, but the truth needs to come out. Yes, the truth does need to come out. Anything less than the truth is not justice. Whatever that truth is, however that truth falls, the truth has to come out. I wonder what the jury is thinking. I can't imagine what must be going through their mind. I just can't. I don't. Wow, this is just. This is just something else. I mean, I can appreciate the difficult position she finds herself in. I can. Imagine that.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the Commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was General Legal Counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the Commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the Commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the Commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see. Like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
the name right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson, asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation, was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
When I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you. But
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
Well, you mentioned the media sent you something. What did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about looting or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help the hurt side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh boy. Wow. This is a first for your girl. Not gonna lie. I don't understand how this is messed up in a way that is, in my opinion, beyond measure. I don't even know what to say, you guys. I don't have words. This is so frustrating. I'm shocked. I don't even know why I'm shocked. I shouldn't be shocked. It's wrong.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right.
Because it doesn't happen. And you
Fact
know
of the matter
that.
is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's
I
a-
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
No.
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say...
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently. But I need to see you for a minute with this, and bring that with you, please.
Oh my God. Come on, Judge Bev. Hold on a minute. Judge Bev, this is for you.
I am so tired of you.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know. This is why I have to speak in clips, because I don't have like I can't wrap my brain around this. This has to come in, and it's not beyond the scope, Judge Bev. Stop playing with these people. He asked about the investigation, or excuse me, he asked about what she said to the other law enforcement agency on redirect. See, now you got me with the dumbs. Thanks, Judge Bev. You broke me. Are you happy now? This is ridiculous. Rachel. Rachel's had enough. At this point, here's this is just utter poppycock. I cannot believe this. Let me look when they pan around, Lisa. She's brought up the FBI. She's brought up the first trial. She's brought up all the things. And Tess says that Turtle Boy is in court today. Yes. So you did, Neat. If I were you, I would be doing this. I can't go. I'm sick. That's what I would do. Of course, if it were me that you were calling and doing that, I would say this in response. Boo, you whore. I would love to know what the jury's face looks like during this. Me too, Lisa. I want to know what their face looks like, and I want to be inside their head.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no
ask
no
you a
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift now.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Before she answers that, Sarah Levinson attended the get-together at the Alberts home, but she was friends with their son. And she is friends with, oh God, it'll come back to me. But that's essentially who Sarah Levinson is.
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer. You don't know what sequestration means?
No.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know
Yes.
that?
I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No.
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw
If
that.
you agreed with
Objection.
me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
This is unconscionable. Just absolutely unconscionable. The fact that what Judge Bev allowed in versus what she didn't allow in is, I am at a loss. I'm at an absolute loss. And you know what, Judge Bev, that's fine. You get up, you sit in your little judge bench in your robe and, you know, count down till the next time you can go out and smoke a carton of Misties. That's cool. Because I believe I have more faith in our jury system. And I believe that the jurors are going to see right through this BS, right through it. This is I am absolutely, completely and totally flabbergasted. And I am having a very difficult time getting my brain to generate words currently because I don't understand. I don't understand. If there was nothing wrong with what you saw, first of all, if you were not implying or not even implying, if you didn't question what the hell was going on in the Sally Port, why did you use the word wildly? If all this is tantamount to a couple of friends just kicking back in the Sally Port, chilling, relaxing, maxing all cool and some shooting some b-ball outside of the school, like if that's all this was, they was just kicking it in the port, right? Why'd you use the term wildly? When somebody is doing something that I find to be commonplace, innocuous, means nothing. You know, if it was Tess, right? And Tess and Neat Noodle, and I knew they were friends, you know what I would have told the feds? Yeah, I saw Tess and Neat Noodle in the Sally Port. What were they doing? Talking, hanging out. I wouldn't tell the feds that I saw Neat Noodle and Tess in the Sally Port for a wildly long time. Particularly after Brian Higgins had come to the Canton Police Department at, what was it, 1:30, 1:45, something like that in the morning for no reason. What was he doing? I mean, he works DEA. I mean, he works for the DEA. What was he doing? Retrieving a bag of smelling salts? I mean, seriously. And let's talk about your memory, ma'am. Let's talk about it. So you had a memory, and you were clear on your memory when you told the feds what your memory was. You told them what you recalled. You were clear on it. And then, for some unknown reason, now, as you took the stand today, you testified that now you realize it was a false memory. What happened between then and now? Did the guys from Men in Black come over and just, hit you with that little flashing thing that they do? Were you hypnotized? What happened? How did you all of a sudden realize that, oh gosh, it's a false memory? That could not have happened. Well, and on top of it,
hey, thank you so much for watching the
Jesse,
Karen Reed
not
trial
now.
with us, but I wanted to tell you guys.
Not now. I'm on a roll. Don't interrupt me. So all of a sudden you don't remember anything. Let me tell you what you really did on that stand. Even though you didn't want to help Karen Reed, you did. That's what you did. Even though you testified that you recall very clearly that the defense threatens you with perjury, even though you're an officer, which also a law enforcement officer, which by extension, because you testify, makes you an officer of the court. You you conduct investigations. Certainly you've written reports regarding those investigations, right? You don't know how this works? You don't know that the person that's in charge of charging another human being is not a defense attorney? It would be a prosecuting attorney from the DA's office. You don't know how that works all of a sudden? Get the fuck out of here. They're not, Tony. There's no way. See, here's the thing. This is why I don't believe that. This is why I personally don't think that the jury is fooled by Bev's fakery. Okay. Because they're with her all day. Now, Bev holds her cookies up to that judge's bench. She stands up. She brings the jury in. She asks them the question. She acts like she's, just so sweet. But they also watch her throughout the day, how she interrupts, how she ain't got no couth, how she sighs into, all right, I want to see what sidebar, how she takes over questioning witnesses for the prosecution. For what reason, I don't know. Tells the defense to, I'm telling you, Judge Bev works for the Empire. Move along. She's like one of them stormtroopers, Yeah, these are not the droids you're looking for. Move along. Kelly Renee, we don't talk about the flare. This is a mess. This is and then this witness says, this is where it really went bad for her. Just like you don't remember my name, I don't remember what happened. That implies to the jury, you do remember what happened. You just don't want to say because you're mad at the defense. You're being petty. The stand is not the place to exercise pettiness, ever. All of that is supposed to be removed from a courtroom. And that's me saying this, and I'm one of the most petty people I know. Okay? My motto in life is you ain't got to get petty if you stay petty. Okay? But even I wouldn't haul my cookies to that stand and be petty on the stand. Absolutely not, ma'am. And that's how you came across. And you came across as a lying liar face who tells lies, because either way you slice it, you were either lying then or you were lying now. But either way, that makes you a liar. This is the problem. Exactly, Neat. So Neat says, so she was basically saying she didn't see them there at all, not that the time was wrong. Exactly. Exactly, Seven Lilies. Oh, we stay petty over here. But let me just tell you this. If I ever had to go and testify in a court of law, that's the one time I know for sure I would check my petty at the door. Okay? Because it's supposed to be about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Period. Agreed, Cash. Cash says, I suspect the defense recorded the call with her. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. I don't know that she, see, okay, I leave that part out of it, the so help you God part, because what if you don't believe? What if you're an atheist? What is that? So if you don't believe in God, then what is swearing that you'll tell the whole truth, you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? What does that actually mean to somebody who doesn't believe in God? That's why I leave it out. Ooh, crocheting Bammy, this would be a better question for an attorney. Here's the thing. So crocheting Bammy says, would the defense be able to bring that recording in, or would Auntie Bev say no? Well, if the recording was made available to the state long before this, right? If it was part of discovery, the reciprocal discovery, if the Commonwealth knew about it, knows about it, and has known about it for some time, I think they might have a good argument there. But I don't know if Judge Bev, I don't know if she would let it in. And I agree with you there, Seven Lilies. You know, this is my thing over here at the ward. Okay. I think that religion is a very deeply, deeply personal thing. And I don't ever really want to argue it, debate it, because I do think that it's personal, and I respect that. I respect everybody's beliefs. Even so much in that there are some things that, because of people's faith, they cannot accept. And while I disagree, I respect their stance. I respect the fact that's not the right way to put it. It's not that I respect their stance. I respect their right to feel how they feel, to believe how they believe. because I don't want my belief system questioned. I don't question other people's belief system. So, yeah. And I think that, you know, I respect all beliefs. If they don't, unless they cause harm to others, like, let me put some caveats there. Okay. While I don't respect when those belief systems harm other people, particularly children. For example, the FLDS. Like, I can't respect that belief system because it's so damaging and harmful to everybody, but most importantly, the children. So I can't respect that kind of stuff. Like, I don't get down with that. But you know, it is what it is. But I typically just stay away from that topic because it is taboo and it is something that is deeply personal. So I try not to, you know, my name's Paul. That's between y'all. All right, hold on. Let me see when they said they were going to be back in 20 minutes. Yeah, we got about 4 minutes left. Let's go, Judge Bev. Yeah, so anywho. Wow. So, okay. Who do we think is going to be next? By the way, Officer Dever there is who came in at the end, well, before the voir dire occurred on Friday at the end of the day. You know, that's who that was. And I don't, you know, oh, you want the Herbert clip? Here we go.
I am so tired of you.
I mean, sometimes you just need something like that. Like, sometimes they say it better. And maybe we might need this clip as well.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
And this. You know, speaking of Joan Crawford, I watched a thing this weekend about her, and it wasn't really about her. Is she, Tess? Ooh, could we be hearing from Dr. Russell? I would love to. Yes, please. Oh, while we're waiting, let me play this for you guys really quickly. Hold on. This is Nate Eaton, and this is what happened Friday, just while we're waiting.
Lori Vallow Daybell's trial, suddenly jury selections an abrupt end this afternoon.
Sorry, Nate. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me put it to normal speed. Sorry. All right, here we go.
And to come on, I'm just leaving the courthouse now, and what was supposed to happen this afternoon did not happen, therefore causing some delays in the trial until next week. And what happened this morning was that they finalized the final pool of 68. It ended up being 68 potential jurors who were asked to come downtown this afternoon to report at the courthouse, leave their jobs, leave their homes, leave their, families, and come down to the courthouse and sit through voir dire, which is where the prosecution and the defense each ask questions, and the judge too. And that's how they ultimately whittled down the final jury pool of 12 people, 12 jurors and 4 alternates, 16 total. So that was supposed to happen this afternoon. We went to the morning session. The morning session ended in less than an hour, and then the judge said, all right, we'll reconvene this afternoon. Everybody seemed fine at the morning session of court. There was no issues that we were aware of, at least, and things went pretty smooth. They went through the numbers pretty quick. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in here. I'll give it a minute. I imagine we'll have more join here in a second, and then I won't have to repeat myself, but the morning session went great with jury selection. We had lunch, came back this afternoon. We saw all of the potential jurors lined up. And it looked like there was 100 of them, but there were really only around 65, 68-ish. They were each given a number. They were walked into the courtroom. They sat down where they were supposed to sit in their assigned seats. The media and the public were then let in. We all took a seat, and Judge Boreski took to the bench and said, due to unforeseen circumstances, jury selection is not going to be able to be continued today. And we're all like, what? And then he proceeded to ask which jurors which jurors are able to not come back on Monday. And several of them raised their hands, and then he went through and spoke with them one-on-one and said, why can't you make it? Some had work, some had childcare, some had health, other issues. And then he said, basically, after interviewing them, I think it got down to 54. And he said, the remaining 54, you need to come back on Monday. He let them go. We still didn't know what was going on, why suddenly it came to an abrupt end. And he said, I've issued written rulings on your motions.
Okay, so Seven Lily says, what happens when you don't show up for jury duty? You can get a bench warrant. They can issue a bench warrant.
And he handed those out. And then he said to Lori, if you need to quarantine or anything in the jail, please let us know. Something to that effect. We've requested the video from the court system, so we'll see if we get it. And if so, I'll show you tonight on Courtroom Insider. But that is what happened. So long story short, Lori is sick, or Lori said she was sick. I've confirmed it with several sources who say that she said.
Don't be giving Lori no credit for telling the truth. I doubt she's sick. I'm sure she's playing. Lori, this trial, like Thanos, is inevitable. Quit playing with these people. Quit wasting time.
Said she was sick. No one else is reporting feeling sick. That's why the judge asked if there was any sort of quarantine at the jail. And in all fairness, sometimes in jails and schools, sickness can spread pretty quick. But she said she was sick and apparently couldn't make it through this afternoon of 2 hours or 3 hours of jury selection and asked to be excused. So on Monday.
Let me ask you this, Lori Daybell Vallow Esquire. Lori, Vallow Daybell Esquire. Let me ask you this. You can't make it through a couple of hours in the afternoon of voir dire for jury selection in your trial, but you think God put you in charge of collecting the $444,000? Girl, bye. Idiot.
Instead of opening statements first thing, jury selection will continue. The jury will be picked. That'll happen in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we will likely have opening statements. So it's possible that the jury at the trial is held next Friday because of the scheduling, or not. It could get pushed off until the following week. So we'll see how the schedule goes. So that's what happened today. Normally, right now, I'd be sitting in the courtroom while they pick the jury, but that has not happened. Someone's asking if this is a ploy to get rid of the judge. I don't think so. I don't know.
All right, so there is that. Listen, freaking Lori, she's so ridiculous. Hey, Chief. Hey, Cash. Who else has come in while I was on one of my rants this morning? Say that I didn't say good morning to Tony. Good morning, babe. Well, did I miss anybody else? I feel like I might have missed people. Okay, I think, Chief, hey, Chief, good to see you. I think that Dr. Russell, oh God, oh God, I'm not exactly sure. This is going to have something to do with the injuries to John's arm, but I can't remember. Tess, help me. I need help. I cannot remember exactly which part she's testifying to. Is she the dog behavior or is she the actual? I can't remember. I'm sorry, you guys. Please, I'll be better after Tuesday. I promise. I need to get through Tuesday. That's when little Chicky Nucky Pot Pie has her biopsy, her lung biopsy. And once I get through that, I think my brain will be okay. Now, dog bite expert. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Sissy's mom, did I not greet you this morning? I am so sorry, babe. Good morning. It's so good to see you. She's the medical doctor. That's right, not the PhD. Okay, I remember now. There's something else I wanted to tell you guys. Oh, about Lori. Now, with respect to the opening statements. Okay, we planned this out 2 weeks ago. I want to take the kids out to dinner, me and my husband, to sort of just have, just a family night before her procedure tomorrow. Okay. So I promise that I will catch up with Lori's opening statements whenever those are, whether that is today or not. I promise that I will. When it's not going to be tonight. I'm not gonna make a promise that I know that I'm not going to fulfill because I promised. I made these plans, and I think all of us need it. Frankly, we're all on edge. So, but we will catch up. I will stream the trial. So the schedule for the trial goes like this. I'm going to stream Karen Reed all day until the end of court. I'll take an hour. I'll take like a 30-minute recess. Okay. And then I will stream Lori's trial. All right. We'll be significantly enough behind that we will be able to make up for the delay that exists and skip through breaks. So there we go. Okay. And LGS, thank you so much for saying $1 a day for this trial. Girl, you deserve more. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. That was very, very generous of you, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Tosh, when's your birthday? Let me see. I know Tosh. 2 more days. Oh my goodness. Happy early birthday. You've been the dirty 30s. Girl, it's a good time. I'm not going to lie. The dirty 30s were my favorites. So I will absolutely cover Lori. There's no way I couldn't cover Lori's trial. And I am committed to Karen over here and covering her trial. So, all right, here we go.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Okay.
All right. I shall mute myself and let's hear it.
Follow me, please. Stand and you're going to step up and face the clerk and raise your right hand. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
Right. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained the bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at X-rays if there were X-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and That was, after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So, again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards. what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
Just so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do? So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital. Well, no. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there. Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes, so if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
generally they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them. I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients needed, many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm not Boston, the Malden.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites, because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. Med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And we were, the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So, shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed, and so we dealt with things such as time of death, post-mortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things, yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide, this could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and etc. So that's basically. It was very basic, but that's what.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we've talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer-reviewed process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then of course gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally, and we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened, and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that, that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier, and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know, because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, etc., but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred, all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court if certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accidents, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your
yeah.
Honor's permission.
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior, anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
In what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, Doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in a during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you, Dr. Russell Wood has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning, it comes, to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Russell.
Honor. And will enlarge, Mr. Woke, the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If
There's nothing on that. Stand, Dr. Russell.
I've got one where I may approach. If there's one on which.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully
Okay.
that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
Is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so is this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, As I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on this exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, here the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right, and so you.
Oh, actually, yeah. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Woke. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so so uncommon. But I was, but because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got to see them. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs and our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So, in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty. Now let's move to another category, and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's question,
Yes.
please.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned. And I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection.
This is Dave.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its sidebar really quickly on this.
Judge Bev, stop playing with these people. You do not want to see them at sidebar because of about this. You're trying to see them at sidebar because it's it's lunchtime and you're ready. That's it. That's all. It ain't that big of a deal. Just tell the truth, Judge Bev. The jury has been sitting here with you for 25 days. Well, really longer than that because voir dire. But bottom line is, through the trial, we're on day 25. Okay, we're familiar with you getting a little hangry about this time. See how she does.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Doctor, in terms of Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first let's start. What is it, and then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor. Thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing. Clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt, that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also...
I'm going to see you at Tyrone.
Judge Bev is going to be over there like, listen, I told you last sidebar, I was good for like 5 more minutes. It's going to be lunch. I got to go to lunch. And if they do, when they go to lunch, I'm just going to call it a day. I'm tired. I need to get cleaned up. I still need to straighten up the house before we go, because there's nothing worse than coming back to the house when your tum-tum is full and you're tired and the house is a mess. So I'm going to go ahead and clean it, because also, just as a sidebar, my daughter and my son-in-law and they've never seen Game of Thrones. So I'm rewatching it with them, and we missed last night. So we got to definitely do it tonight, because they need to be caught up. And I mean, I can totally watch ahead. Like, I've seen it so many. I've seen Game of Thrones so many times. Such a good series. You know what I haven't done though? I still have not watched the season finale of House of Dragon, because I know it's going to be 11 billion years before they come out with season 3. Plus, there's some other side shows that are coming out, some spinoffs from Game of Thrones as well that I want to watch.
1
So
o'clock, and then today
there
we'll
we
give you
go.
an hour for lunch, okay?
Oh, today we'll give you an hour for lunch. Oh, Judge Bev, you're just the best. We're going to go 7 more minutes, I think. I don't think we're going to go about 7 more minutes, and then they're going to go to lunch. All right, here we go. Judge Bev.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We had broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting complex grouping at the elbow. These are all at the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could you
so-
please
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
All right, so that's it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be all day because I'm absolutely going to require the distraction. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your Monday, and I will see you guys later. And we definitely listen. Tomorrow's going to be a big day, okay? Because we've got all day with Karen, and then after Karen, we're gonna go right over to Lori Vallow. So let me see. Hold on, because I saw Melissa post something. Okay. Justin Lum just posted that looks like court rules Zoom for Lori. Fantastic. I don't know if we'll get to the opening statements today, but yes, I'm going to be here tomorrow. I can't go there with them for the procedure because they don't allow that. And because of where she will have to be because of her she's on an immunosuppressant, so her immune system is is compromised because of that. I can't be there because they keep those kiddos in a special spot in the hospital, so I can't be there. And if I can't be there, then I'm going to stream, and I absolutely need the distraction. So I'm counting on you guys to help me distract me. But yeah, we're absolutely going to cover all the things tomorrow. So like I said, we'll cover Karen Reed in the morning all day. If they end up doing opening statements today, we'll start tomorrow at the end of Karen Reed with opening statements in Lori Vallow's case, and then we'll catch up with that day's testimony. Sound like a plan? All right. I hope so. I will see you guys later. Have a great rest of your day. Please do, Chicken Lady. I would appreciate it. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye.